this is gonna be smooth.
Good morning, race fans. We're here at the 2024 U.S. Match Racing Championship. I'm going to be your host today, Carter Cameron. We are currently in AP, the sail flow forecast with 70,000 proprietary weather stations and expert meteorologist forecast written daily. Sail flow is a must-have app on your phone, tablet, and computer. It's a little light currently, blowing out of the south-southeast at about 4 knots. We're waiting for the breeze to switch around and fill from the beautiful Golden Gate Bridge behind me here, hoping that'll be happening around 1 o'clock or so. while I talk? Okay.
Are you okay with the noise back there?
Yeah. So every time I talk, I gotta hold it. Welcome back, folks, to the 2024 U.S. Sailing Match Race Championship. Again, I'm your host, Carter Cameron. While we wait for the breeze to fill in this morning, we're going to be doing a few interviews from some race officials, regatta organizers, and some of the competitors themselves. So, starting with the man that's running the whole show this weekend, we've got our regatta chair, Bruce Stone. Bruce, thanks for joining me this morning. So, how long has you been planning to host this regatta for?
Well, we're on a multi-year cycle, so we've been able to host this every 5 years or so. So a couple of years ago, we put the bid in for this event, and we're very happy it came to St. Francis Yacht Club.
And I understand that y'all will be hosting the U.S. Women's Match Race Championship next year as well, correct?
Right, yeah, that'll be in August. Usually we do it earlier than this so that the winner gets to qualify to come to this event. The reason for the timing of this event in early October is because there were qualifications in May, June, July around the country, and then the teams that win those qualifications get to come to this, and they need to plan their travel schedule, which is why we're at the end of September, early October. As you can see, it didn't turn out to be the best time of year. Usually we have pretty nice wind. It's not as harsh as is during the summer, so teams welcome the fact that we tend to get lighter winds. But we have this very unusual weather over California all week. It looks like it's going to go for a few more weeks with high pressure preventing us from sailing until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
So you've been involved in match racing for a long time. You've been a match racer here for a long time. You were a former chair of the U.S. Match Race Championship Committee. Tell me, what does it mean for the St. Francis Yacht Club to be hosting this regatta, and what does it mean for you to be involved in it again? Because I understand there's a rich history of match racing here between you and the club.
Yeah, we've been running regattas here for many decades. The match racing used to be in J24s, and the boats weren't perfectly matched. The club made a commitment to getting J22s. We currently have 13 of them, and that's been great to provide a quality platform for hosting match racing and team racing. It's enabled the club to bring in newer members, junior members, college students who graduate and come to San Francisco with their first job and aren't in the market to buy a boat, but they can join the club and use our J22s for Wednesday night fleet racing or come to our match racing or team racing events. So it's wonderful for the club to build a new generation of sailors having the J22s.
Well, thank you for supporting those younger sailors. For many of us post-collegiate, non-collegiate, or any other sailing that we do as young people, we appreciate the effort that people go through to be able to get us to go on the water and compete against some of the best. So everything that y'all are doing at the club here, getting young sailors out, keeping the seasoned sailors in, and being able to be on the water at the same time as a young person for someone that is so successful in their field is truly exhilarating for us. So everything that y'all are doing for that, thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Really appreciate it, Bruce, your time and everything. Have a good rest of the weekend, okay?
Thanks a lot. Bye now.
this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
All of the races been really close and lots of opportunities to make good or bad decisions, and we've been in a really great mode, and we feel really strong.
Tell me about the team members that you have on your belt.
I'm sailing with my longtime friend Molly Carapiet. She's a Yale sailing graduate alum as well as I am, but a little bit younger, and she grew up around here in the Bay Area, and I met her actually in Connecticut, and we got to know each other, and it was a natural fit for us to do some sailing together once I moved out here. And my other two crew members working magic on boat handling and spinnaker work, I have Sam Reynolds trimming and Will Paulson on the bow. And we're all St. Francis Yacht Club members.
And it's my understanding that you do a lot with the local match racing scene here, volunteering and getting kids on the water and keeping the scene alive as much as we can outside of it. Tell me about some of the work that you've put into that. Yeah,
one of the things that I love about being part of the St. Francis Yacht Club is leaning into the Club Boats program here. It's an incredible asset of now 13 match J22s, and we use them to support our match and team racing programs as well as some developmental stuff. And with my background as an educator and coach, I've leaned in and done a lot of volunteer coaching, teaching intro racing, as well as trying to build a bridge into match and team racing. And some of that involves some clinics, partly organized in conjunction with U.S. Sailing Support, and some of it more recently has been sort of a grassroots effort to build sort of a syndicate of really good racers leaning into match and team racing. And actually the most recent program that we did this past year was, we called it Match Race Mondays, and I supported a little bit the hard work of our member Kate Schreiber, who coordinated practices, just sort of pick-up practices on Monday evenings, sailing till the sunset over the Golden Gate, and just kind of duking it out, focusing on tactics, and then debriefing together. And I think the level of match racing here at the club has benefited, and we're all feeling really good supporting each other, whether we're racing against each other or with each other.
I got to imagine that with such a fantastic venue to go sailing with and such fantastic equipment as well, and the effort that all of y'all put into it. I got to imagine that y'all are getting pretty good at match racing up here.
Yeah, we're very lucky. It's beautiful, and we get to go out and play in boats, and makes us stronger as sailors. And we every now and then we have to pinch ourselves because of where we are and what we get to see while we're out there. So,
for as long and an accomplished sailor that you've been in match racing for, what advice do you have for young aspiring match racers out there?
Oh, well, I can actually reference Match Race Mondays. One of the things that the juniors around here do, have any interest in match racing or just small keelboat sailing, they've taken advantage of our invitations, the adults' invitations to come out and sail with us. And the juniors at times have made up like a third or half of the participants on the Monday nights. So looking for opportunities to just get out there and learn the game is sort of the first step. And then, there's a wealth of information on the U.S. Sailing Match Racing page for how to get organized, how to put a team together, what opportunities there are. Match racing is a niche of the sport, and it can seem a little bit intimidating to someone who's not sure they have the resume to request an invitation to an event. But if you don't request it, you're not going to get it, and you'd be surprised. There's a lot of there's a lot of recognition that we need to reach to the future and get the kids involved. So you'll find that you'll get into some of those events and just take off from there.
After this event, what other sailing competitions do you have lined up in your future?
Well, this is sort of the tail end of my racing for 2024. I do have a really fun event down in Long Beach. The St. Francis Yacht Club is putting together a team for the Linda Elias Challenge Regatta that they host every year this time. And it's my first time competing, and it's sort of a great vibe, who's who of sailing, not just on the West Coast, and there will be big women's teams there, and it's all to honor one of our peers in the sport who was a great racer. So I'm really looking forward to that. And sometimes there's little invitations that come towards the end of October or November, but it's time to look to the mountains, do a little bit of skiing. So
That'll be super fun. Nicole, best of luck with the rest of the event today and the regatta down in Long Beach. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks
and
a lot,
hopefully we'll
Carter.
get on the water soon here.
All right. Thank you so much.
an AP over here at the 2024 U.S. Match Race Championship. Again, I'm your host, Carter Cameron. Right now, sitting down with me, I've got one of our semi-finalists, Pearson Potts. Pearson, how's the event been for you so far?
Well, Carter, it's been excellent so far. It's St. Francis has incredible hospitality, and we have not gone hungry, and the racing has been fantastic. So big kudos to the St. Francis Yacht Club and to U.S. Sailing for putting on a great event so far. And exciting for our final day of racing and where we get to find out who our new Prince of Wales champion will be.
There we go. What do you think your chances are?
I'm feeling good. My team feels really fast. I have a lot of good experienced J22 sailors where they sail J22s. Tim Seamers, great trimmer I've had, and my bowman Bobby Savoy has been with me for 7 Prince of Wales championships, so we have a lot of experience together. And then Chase Quinn is my tactics and main trimmer, and he's a newer addition, but really an experienced J22 sailor, and I'm feeling really good going in today.
Well, obviously luck has proven on your side before. You've won this event 3 times before, is that correct?
Yes, so we've won the Prince of Wales Championship 3 times, and then we've been the U.S. Match Racing Champion 4 times. Our first one, we actually placed 2nd, and we were actually the U.S. Match Racing Champion, but the great David Storrs, whose legacy continues to live on in match racing, in his before he passed, he said he won the Prince of Wales Trophy and beat us, and I couldn't chosen a better person to lose to. So, yeah.
Not only are you a seasoned match racer too, but I understand that you give back to the sport of match racing a lot as well with some volunteer work. Tell me more about that.
Yes, so I lead a great team of volunteers on the U.S. Sailing Match Racing Committee, who are all very passionate about growing the sport of match racing. We do a lot of exciting programs, and this is just the championship, but a lot of other great volunteers in the U.S. Sailing Championship Committee puts on a great qualifier series all around the country, and we get there's probably over 100 sailors, probably close to 200 that participate in all these qualifiers across the country. So that's just one part. And then my committee is also in charge of the before he passed, David Storrs donated a generous amount of money to the sport, and he actually enabled the David Storrs grant program, which is a program that gives $5,000 to 1 female and 1 male to go match racing for a whole year. And it was great to see one of those recipients actually sail in this event. Axel Stordahl made it to this event, and he was one of our recipients for the grant, and I think he's hooked on the sport. So it's great to see new faces in the sport. So I think if you're thinking about getting involved in match racing, the application for the David Storrs Match Racing Grant comes out in around April, February, March, around that area. So look out for that application and be sure to apply. And then on top of that, we have a whole lot of other programs going on where, we want to come to your club if you're interested in hosting a match racing clinic, and if you and your members are excited about the sport and are interested about learning more. We have coaches and volunteers willing to come to your club and host a match racing clinic, and so that we can spread the good word of match racing around.
Match racing's fantastic. I wish I got to do it more. I've done a couple events myself, but thanks for the work that all you put into it and everything like that, just to make it accessible for everyone, especially our next generation of sailors.
Yeah.
Both of us as former collegiate sailors here, I think we certainly want to see more people like us get involved in the sport.
Yeah, I think match racing is really a great transition from college sailing to life after college and to adult sailing. The same way in college, you just show up and the boats are provided. I think it's probably the one of the more affordable options after college sailing, and it's a great way to continue sailing with your friends. You go out there, and that's the best part about it, just going out there, meeting up with your buddies and traveling to like a place you haven't been before. Some of our guys, I probably wouldn't have been here as often. I've never been to. It took me I'm not gonna come to San Francisco. It's cool to see a new place like San Francisco, and to travel with that. So if you're interested in trying to seeing really racing at a high level, match racing is a great way to do that. I think it really perfects every game of sailing. Whereas in fleet racing, you can kind of get by with maybe a mistake or two, and not maybe have a slower tack. But in match racing, you really see the difference in what a good spinnaker set or a good tack or a bad tack. You really can tell the difference.
If you could narrow it down to one thing that you love most about match racing, starting tactics or racing or just boat on boat handling during the race, could you nail it down to one thing you like the most?
I think it really requires precision, I would say, and I like the teamwork. I'd say precision and teamwork is really the thing. Match racing, like I said, it makes you a better sailor, and I think that one of the secrets to the sport of match racing is sailing with consistent crew and getting better with them, and that will translate in all other areas of the sport as well. So if you want to go team racing or fleet racing, you can use what you've learned in match racing. It's very transferable to other areas of the sport.
You've obviously got an experienced crew on your boat and everything, and you've been sailing with this team for quite a while now. Obviously, practice makes better. Not always perfect, in my opinion, but for those of those folks watching who aren't experienced match racers themselves, how do you divvy up the roles and responsibilities to each person on the boat?
Yeah, so definitely practice makes perfect. But if you're just starting out, or you want to see get a baseline for what the communication is like on the boat, Dave Perry has written another godfather of the sport. Dave Perry has written many articles that are available for free online on the U.S. Sailing Match Racing website. There's a whole section on specific notes for boats, so whether you're sailing sonars, J22s, Match 40s, whatever. And he's also got, like you said, like in terms of communication, he's got a communication chart for 3 people, 4 people, whatever it is. So it really, that's a great starting place. I think for me and my team, I've really broken it down to, everybody's different skills. I think the best drivers really drive, and, you can't control too much, and you have to be able to delegate responsibilities out. So I have one guy looking up wind, just doing straight, ignore the other boats, let's just look at the course and what the breeze is like. What was the fastest track around the course. And then I have another guy who's also looking at it from a tactical perspective, and that's an ongoing conversation in our boat, so that ongoing conversation prevents any surprises, so what move you're going to make before it happens. And it's a lot of, some of the things we talk about is if X, then Y. So if he tacks, we continue straight, or if he tacks, we tack. So a lot of that proactive thinking.
Well, thanks, Pearson, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have some of the competitors on the race course out there. Good luck with the rest of the event. Once we get going, the breeze, for those of you watching and tuning in, it's pretty glassy behind us out here, and so the unfortunate conditions that we've had is that, traditional San Francisco is that we've got the Golden Gate over here to my right, to the west of the St. Francis Yacht Club here. Really, we want the breeze blowing from that direction, but it's blowing from the opposite direction right now, kind of east, kind of south-southeast, super light too, and so we're hoping we've got this high-pressure system, hot weather. It's actually very nice and warm here for San Francisco city front right now, so hoping to get racing around 1, maybe 2 o'clock at the latest, but only time will tell. So thanks again, Pearson, and right now we're going to sit and wait.
Thanks, Carter.
Welcome back, folks. Right now, we're going to go through some GoPro footage from the previous days of racing. GoPro is the official action camera of U.S. Sailing and presenting partner of the U.S. Match Racing Championship livestream. So we want to thank GoPro for their support for this event. And now we're going to go ahead and look at some great footage from yesterday. And we've been fortunate to keep Pearson Potts around and be able to have a seasoned match racer himself help us pick apart the video. So starting off, we've actually got a video of pre-start sequence between Pearson and Nicole Brault. So let's go ahead and get the video playing from the start, and I'll walk through what I think is going on, and then we'll hear Pearson's perspective from what he saw on the boat yesterday. So we've got Pearson in boat 10 here. We've got Nicole in boat number 2. I wish I knew what time this was in the start sequence, but Nicole hooks Pearson from behind, right? And something that I really like that Pearson does here is that he does not sit in a hooked position for too long. He cycles out as soon as he can. Now, something else that we need to pay attention to is that these two boats have sailed above the start line in this situation, and that the current is currently running out. That is left to right across the screen. So when these boats dial back down towards the start, while Pearson does a good job of not being hooked in this situation and getting free, getting his bow clear, I do feel that Nicole takes the advantageous position by being more downwind, particularly farther up current, because she will be able to hook Pearson again in this situation as they get down closer to the committee boat. Pearson, can you talk about a little what you were thinking through this sequence?
Yeah, so we had the yellow entry here against Nicole, and whole time, there was very strong ebb here in San Francisco, a lot of current, so we're getting carried up the course, and we're way above the start line, and we had a couple of repeating dial-ups, and the boats coming back together. But here, what we're focusing on is just trying to be the first boat out of the situations. It's easy to get tangled up and just have tunnel vision and get caught up in just trying to own the other guy. But we were really focused on trying to be the first boat to exit out of the situation, and focused on right there. You can see we're trying to roll our boat and get our speed going so we could return to the start line as quick as possible. And actually, what you don't see in this is that we actually ended up hoisting our spinnakers here. So it's quite a you'll see that in a lot of light air match racing, where you're far from the line, or maybe you're trying to enter with some extra speed. Soon after this video, we actually, both teams ended up putting their spinnakers up, and so it's something you don't really do in team racing or fleet racing. It's unique to match racing, but in match racing, where every tenth of a knot matters, and you're looking for any sort of edge. And so we actually weren't gonna raise our spinnaker, but since we saw Nicole do that, we immediately did that as well. So a lot of times, the call on my boat is we're just matching, and that just means that whatever they do, we do as well. It's a monkey see, monkey do.
I'm a big fan of what you said, how you want to be the first boat to exit all these situations. I coach a high school team, and so we do some of the same thing with our team racing. As I tell my kids, get out of the situation first so that you can live to see another day, so that you can fight and reposition yourself for an opportunity later too. But I think something else that Nicole does very well here as well is that as soon as she sees you separate from the situation, she also peels away from the situation. And so something that's popular in team racing and match racing is they call the release moment, right? Yeah. How do you not hold the hook for too long? How do you release at the correct opportunity so that you can put the hurt on the opponent, yet not give too much of your advantageous position so that you can reposition yourself to try and get the hook on the opponent later too?
Yeah, I think that it's just really exciting to be in a controlling position. It's probably the boxing match of team racing and match racing. And so I think for me, at least personally, sometimes I can get caught in sort of a tunnel vision mode where all I want to do is just, own the other guy and, maintain that controlling position. But you have to remember that, you don't need to win by a leg, you can win by an inch. And so it's important to live to see another day, or fight to see another day, as you said. and make sure that you exit the situations in the lead rather than, you see a lot of people who control people, and then at the very end they lose it somehow. And you gotta lead the situation while it's still good.
At the end of the day, I think we also always want to be able to sail our own race too, and that doesn't mean that we always have to focus on the opponent for that as well. Thanks for that insightfulness there, Pearson. Let's go ahead and switch to the next video here. Same matchup here. We've got Nicole Brault and Pearson Potts sailing downwind here. Pearson's in front and Nicole is behind here. So what we've got both boats, starboard jibe, downwind, going towards the gate. Something to remember that's important in match racing is that Rule 17 is eliminated, right? So proper course does not exist when you establish an overlap from behind. So in match racing, a boat can simply come from behind and hook a boat to windward. But what also happens is that even if you're, clear ahead, but you don't have the ability to jibe, that still prevents you from heading the direction that you want to go. So downwind, boats from behind often have a very advantaged position from being able to hold out their opponent past the ley line. And then as we saw here, Pearson jumped Nicole to be able to scoot in front. Pearson, what's going through your mind in these situations when you're behind, but you're in a strong position and you can lead your opponent back to the mark?
Yeah, so we call what we call is when you're trying to roll someone from port to starboard, the danger, like Carson said, is to end up with no Rule 17. You end up in what's called downwind jail, where you can't cross the starboard tack boat, and the whole time it's a very game of precision of trying to just have just enough space to drive around. In the lighter air, you can maybe pull off the roll and have enough separation so that you can jibe in front of your opponent, but really, here, like you see here, is that I'm being held out, and the problem is I can't jibe, and the windward boat there can't jibe, and so it doesn't matter that the boat is behind, but the fact that it would be a port starboard situation. So it can get hairy at times. I think you can jibe here in the lighter air and get around, but in the heavy air, that boat behind or the boat to leeward has a very controlling position. Now you can see here, and they end up sailing hot back to the leeward mark, and the boat ahead there has the advantage of choosing whatever mark they would like.
There's probably not too many things that you can do to get out of this situation when you're in downwind jail, right? I mean, the things that I can think of is that you can hope and pray and jibe, but then you might draw a foul, or maybe you'll be able to tack around. But it seems that, the best way to get out of this situation is just to prevent it entirely.
Yeah, I'd say the first advice is don't be there. And then, the way that if you back it up even more, you want to, if you're, around the windward mark, or you want to soak low and try to get on your opponent's breeze, and then jibe on their breeze as well when they jibe from port to starboard. But you don't want to stay there. I think that's what happened to us in our race against Nicole here, is that we stayed there and hoped that we could roll over the top to get out of downwind jail, but we didn't make that happen. And before you, the key here is just don't be there, and to stay. That's the whole game of whether the boat ahead jibes on the ley line, or whether you can if you can jibe ahead and soak down to the finish.
Thank you, Pearson, for your insight in that situation. How focused are y'all on starboard ley line? When I think from my team racing days, going around Mark 3 and going around Mark 2, heading towards Mark 3, the weaker boat in the situation is always focused on getting into the starboard reaching ley line. Yeah. Is that something that's on the forefront of your mind in downwind in a match race as well? Yeah,
the whole time that we're sailing downwind, my tactician and I are talking about where that ley line is. And there's this is we're talking as the boat ahead and as the boat behind, really we're talking about where that ley line is. and particularly here in San Francisco, that ley line was affected by the current, and that changed a lot with the ebb and with the flood. So yesterday we were sailing in mostly an ebb tide, and so we were fighting the current going downwind, and so the ley lines were further out, and so it was easy to jibe early and miss that ley line. And then a lot of times you saw people get in that downwind jail. I think there was a lot of situations like that. And then as the boat ahead, all these, just want to say as well, is that all these tactical maneuvers, if you're newer to the game of match racing, all these tactical maneuvers are listed out in Dave Perry's playbook, which is available for free on the U.S. Sailing Match Racing website, thanks to him. But yeah, there's a lot of, for the boat ahead, there's a lot of different options. The standard move is to go straight and just have a nice BMG jibe and jibe perfectly on that ley line. There's different, that's sort of the textbook play. You can get cute with the different other options. You can do maybe a fake jibe. You can double jibe. You can jibe and jibe back. There's different areas, and then you have to also factor in all the different factors of the course. Where's the current going? Where's the breeze? And so we actually had some success yesterday, or the first day, with, if we had space to do it, we'd liked to a lot of times jibe early and to get out of that ebb tide, so we were fighting less current and try to make some ladder rungs down the course.
There you go. Thank you there, Pearson. Really appreciate your time, man. Best of luck with the racing today and everything like that. Hopefully this breeze fills back in soon. Got a little puff still blowing from the incorrect direction here, as the locals might say. So, looks like I got my next interviewee heckling me from up above that wants to come join us soon. So, thanks for joining us today, folks. We're going to take another break here, and hopefully the breeze fills in soon for what we want to do to go match racing here. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Hi folks, welcome back. I'm Carter Cameron presenting the U.S. Match Race Championships for 2024. Unfortunately, the conditions are still not quite ideal for racing right now. Breeze is still, kind of on and off at about 2 knots from the east-southeast, somewhere in there, and we're looking for the breeze to come out of my right from the west, so the Golden Gate. But for now, all this work is making me a little bit hungry, so we're going to take a lunch break here. And so go ahead and check back in with us around 1:30-ish Pacific time, which is the same as 4:30-ish East Coast time. Hopefully we'll have some conditions then that are suitable for racing, but if not, we'll be here to give you an update on what's going on. So thanks, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, folks. Hopefully that's the last time I've got to say that today, because the breeze is filling in just enough for us to get some racing going here about soon. I'm Carter Cameron, hosting you with the 2024 U.S. Sailing Match Race Championships here at the Fransisco Yacht Club in San Francisco, California. So during the day this morning, we, AP was the name of the game, because the breeze was very light. California's kind of under a high pressure system currently. It's really super nice day here in San Francisco. It's in the 80s and it's super clear skies, but unfortunately it's not great for racing. But thank you to the forecasting from SailFlow, with 70,000 proprietary weather stations and expert meteorologists forecast written daily. SailFlow is a must-have app on your phone, tablet, and computer. We knew that the breeze would be filling in at some point this afternoon, so race committee made the call to send the competitors out about 30 minutes ago, and we've got the breeze starting to fill from the Golden Gate Bridge to my right here, and that's about from a westerly direction. We've got some of the racers setting up behind us. They've got a short course set and everything. The breeze is starting to trickle in from across everywhere, so hopefully we'll be getting going here in about the next 30 minutes or so. In the meantime, while we're waiting for racing to start, we're going to go ahead and look at some GoPro footage from racing from yesterday as well. GoPro is the official action camera of U.S. Sailing and presenting partner of the U.S. Match Racing Championship livestream. So we want to thank GoPro for supporting us through this event. Looking at this video here, we've got some onboard footage, totally riveting stuff here with Pearson Potts and his Guardians of the Monohull team from yesterday. Looking at some middle of the race action here. We've got the GoPro mounted towards the back of the boat, mostly looking at Pearson. But here we're looking at a lot of the crew work on the J22 here with match racing, right? Match racing in the J22 and what other boats that you do it in, the Swedish Match 40s or Sonars or the Concup 37s or anything like that. Crew work is one of the most important things that can make or break your match race. As Pearson was saying this morning, sailing with the same team consistently extremely improves your chances of succeeding well, because practice makes perfect. So here we're looking at some of the crew work from one of our teams competing in the semifinals here, right? As Pearson was saying this morning, he focuses on driving, right? And then he's got his trimmer, and then they got their bowman, and then they got the twings in the middle that are doing the rest of the boat as well. Personally, I've done a lot of bow on J22s before in match racing and fleet racing and team racing and everything like that with spinnakers, and it certainly can be a handful. So having a good bowman certainly is something that every team would want to take advantage of here. They got to be nimble, they got to be quick, they got to be ready to go whenever a moment's notice and everything. Something that's a little different between match racing and the rest of the racing world is that you have some starboard mark roundings. So for a bowman, you're setting up the kite gear all on the starboard side of the boat instead of the port side. Got to be ready to do quick jibes and everything like that, and getting the jib up and down and everything. And it can be an exhausting job, especially in a normal San Francisco day when I was racing the J22s here back in early June. It was blowing a consistent 20 knots, and I was pretty wiped after that day. Both days, actually. So, next to the spinnaker trimmer, as you can see, they're doing a lot of jibes. They're changing angles regularly and everything like that, because in match racing, all you're focused on is the boat that you're racing against right there. So, you're changing course of action very quickly, and so the trimmer's got to be on it with rotating the kite, right? As you jibe, you want to ease the old sheet, and you want to pull on the new one very quickly to rotate the kite around. Fortunately, you're doing that in unison with the bowman, who's releasing the pole when you're dead downwind, and then they're grabbing the new guy and they're clipping it on and they're pushing it out as quick as they can. You've got your twings in the middle as well, which really help rotate the kite around too. Making sure that you release the old twing as soon as you can. Both twings are up, free floating through the jibe. As soon as the pole's clipped on, sucking the twing back down, right? And then lastly, it's very important for the skipper to have a proper exit angle out of the jibe as well. The skipper is also the tactician on the boat when it comes to, the match racing maneuvers and everything. So in this situation here, Pierce is matching Nicole. Might not be Nicole, but who was in boat 8 yesterday? That would be Ryan Seago from Michigan. You can see Pearson looking back, slow turn up, constantly matching the angle of the boat. He calls out. And as he was saying as well is that, skippers can have different calls of like, we're either going to split here or we're going to match their maneuver. And when a skipper says that they want to match their maneuver, that means that if the boat right next to them jibes, we're jibing with them, right? So all the crew will be watching that boat, and then we'll be going into a jibe ready for crew work. Thank you, Colin. Got my media team supporting me very well back here. Yesterday's racing took place in a beautiful about 10 to 12 knots from the west, everything like that. Pretty perfect conditions, not overpowering where you can get some good boat handling in, but yet you're not searching for power either. So here we are sailing upwind and everything like that. Roll tacking the boat in these conditions is going to be extremely important. Roll tacking is when all the crew together, the skipper counts down, 3, 2, 1, sails start to backwind a little bit. All the crew throws their weight over the windward side of the boat. After the sails are crossing and the boat goes through head to wind, they're all going to climb to the high side at the same time. Flatten the boat and get a little bit of a squirt of power out of it. Here, this is a hairpin turn around windward mark, and they're setting the kite to go downwind right after the offset up here. Many times when you're tacking immediately around a windward mark, the crew may choose to just set the kite and then do the pole later. Especially if it's definitely a quick situation where you don't have time to get everything set. Getting the spinnaker up is a priority, as that extra sail area is just going to power you up downwind more and more. And some of the best trimmers, and a lot of them here at this event, are definitely capable of trimming a spinnaker without a pole up on deck. Here we're going for a jibe. Bowman's ready, switching the pole, unclipped, clipped on the new guy. Trimmer does a good job of squaring the kite around, always full all the way through the job. Here at this situation, this is coming up to a windward mark. Like I mentioned earlier, in match racing, you have starboard mark roundings around the windward mark. So the inside boat has all the power in the world here. It's kind of the same thing with team racing. Mark 1 is going to be a starboard mark rounding as well. So Pearson, as per the rules say, you are not allowed to sail excessively past the ley line for the windward mark, right? But you can hold and you can go slow so that you position yourself so that you are plenty clear ahead of your opponent once you get around the mark. Pearson does a nice job of this here. He doesn't sail extra distance, but he goes nice and slow so that, if you can imagine it like this, windward mark over here, his bow scoots forward a little bit on him, or their bow scoots back so that he can swing his transom and then he can keep sailing forward and free and clear around the mark. There, we'll call that throwing the knife. It's a move that we'll see in team racing as well. It's where you jibe directly at your opponent when you're coming into a mark rounding. When you jibe onto starboard and you force them to sail extra distance and reposition yourself to go ahead and get a little bit more advantage as well. Usually, when you throw the knife, it's a little bit unexpected to your opponent, and so sometimes you can be caught off guard, and a lot of times the purpose of it is to either A, grab a more advantageous position, or B, sometimes to try and draw a foul so that your opponent has to sail an extra circle and extra distance so that you can just go ahead and sail away towards the finish line while they're spinning away. That's it for this video here. Breeze is still slowly trickling in behind us over here, so we're going to go ahead and wait a few more minutes for this breeze to fill in, and then hopefully that will get the racing going here and within the next 30 minutes or so. So, thanks again, folks. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back at you soon.
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
sail in opposite directions. And there's the gun. Great start by Chris Poole in the middle of the line, being able to take advantage of a little bit of line sag there necessarily on Pearson. Pearson was a touch late at the pin, but Chris nailed his line sight right on and was bow on the line, full speed, right in the middle of the line at go. This is the wide starboard start that we were just talking about, where Chris can sail in a clean lane fast, and he can prevent Pearson from getting to his right side towards the course right side of the course. That way, Chris has the starboard advantage all the way in this situation, and he's in the controlling position in the race so far. There won't be too much happening here for the moment until one boat decides to tack away. Chris's ideal move here is to hold Pearson all the way out to the port lay line. When they get to the port lay line, Chris will simply tack on top of Pearson, and because he's tacked on top of him, he'll put Pearson in his wind shadow, and he'll just be able to sail to the windward mark faster. As we change perspective here, it looks like Pearson might be getting a little bit advantage bow out here. That might indicate that we have a left shift or pressure more towards the left side of the course for Pearson. But all I know is that Pearson is sailing his boat super fast right now. Almost a first maneuver, but that was a transition into a lull there for Chris's boat. Hit a little bit of a lull. They got to move the crew weight back in, keep the boat flat, and there goes the first tack. Pearson's looking at Chris the entire time. Big roll tack out of boat three with Pearson Potts as guardians of the monohull team. Pearson was communicating to his crew in that situation, hey, when Chris tacks, we're matching, right? And that probably means that they were on their way to very close to the port lay line. And you can see that they've got a little bit of cracked sheets there, and particularly with the current pushing them out towards the Golden Gate, which you can see at the top of your screen there, it's very easy to make the windward mark because the current is acting as a conveyor belt, pushing them all the way up to the top of the course. Cracked sheets here, just going fast, bow down to that windward mark. Going to be a pretty simple rounding here. Plenty of time for the bow team on each boat to get the pole set, kite ready, halyard straight, everything like that. There we go. We're presetting the pole. There's your windward mark on the top right of your screen. Very easy lay line for both boats here. Having plenty of time coming into the mark rounding here, the goal is to keep the boat flat and have some of the team members hiking and keeping the boat flat going as fast as possible while the bow team does their work that they need to do to get the kite set and going. There they go. Very good set by Chris Poole right here. Here comes Pearson's team. Another great set as well. Both kites set within a bow length after rounding the windward mark. Jibs are coming down very quickly, and here we go. While Chris did round the windward mark first, Pearson has a lot of advantage being the trailing boat here, especially being, only a boat length's distance behind, because Pearson has the ability to catch the breeze first and blanket Chris's air. And when he blankets Chris's air, he's simply just going to be going faster than him, and he might be able to roll him in this situation too. So Pearson has two attacking moves here that he can choose to go all the way down. So he can either sail in a low position here, right? So Pearson's line is just barely the lure to Chris's here. And what he's trying to do in this situation is that when they get to the starboard downwind lay line, when it's time for them to jibe, Chris will jibe and Pearson is going to match just like they did on the first beat. And Pearson's going to jibe right on top of Chris's air. Here they go. There's that Simo jibe, and Chris fakes it. Chris knew that Pearson was going to try and do that, and so he goes back and he keeps sailing a clear air and a fast lane here. But when they do get to the lay line, Pearson will still be in a very strong position to jibe right on top of Chris, and his goal will hopefully be to roll him down towards the bottom of the leg, and so that he can get around one of the gate marks first. Here they go for the jibe. Bow team doing their job, getting the pole across and everything. Oh, that's a little close there. Is he going to fly the laundry? No flag from Chris's boat so far here. He says that Pearson did everything that he could to avoid. And here's that situation where Pearson's starting to sail a bit faster down over the top of Chris Poole right here. Pearson's now in the advantage position. There's the flag. Now we got to wait for a call from the judges. I can't quite see the umpire boat here, so I don't know what the whistle indicated. But from the situation that I saw, I think it could have gone either way. If the judges were in the proper position to see exactly how close Pearson's transom got to Chris's bow right there, I could argue that there might be a red flag. But other than that, it would be green. I don't see any flags flying from the umpire boat, so I would assume that it was a green flag. Pearson executed that extremely well there, where he dived right on top of Chris's air, and he was able to squirt ahead and even gain some boat links after this too. And because they're super close to the starboard ley line here, there they are. There's the right-hand turn mark right there. Pearson's going to have a comfortable lead going into this upwind here. Bow team getting ready. Jibs up, poles down, free flying the kite, taking the kite down on the starboard side to have it set for the next windward mark rounding here. Nice douse there. Current is still pushing teams up the course, so you have to do a wide and tight turn to make sure that the current doesn't push you up into the mark here. And it's advantageous for the team that rounds the leeward mark first to round for the current as well. Because of the conveyor belt effect, they just get pushed up the course a little bit quicker. You can see that he gained a couple boat lengths on Chris right there, just because he was sailing with the current before him. That'll change when they round the leeward mark and they start going into the current. Chris's only move here was to split and tack away after rounding the leeward gate mark rounding here. Pearson, for could be a number of reasons, I would say tactical advantage, would be to sail to the left side of the course a little bit more. But in a match race scenario as well, you usually don't want to separate from your competitor too much. But there's a point where you want to be able to, as we call, release as well. Match racing is a careful balance of sailing the course properly, but also positioning yourself between your opponent and the windward mark. Because there are opportunities where your opponent may try to drag you to the so-called incorrect side of the course, where there may be unfavorable current, unfavorable wind, or everything like that, where in a fleet racing standpoint, that would not be the way that you want to go. And so it is up to the leading match race team in this certain race as well to decide, all right, when do we want to follow our opponent and when do we want to sail to the favored side of the course so that we can get our boat around the course as fast as possible as well. Because in these situations, not only is it important to match race well, but I argue that it's even more important to sail your boat well and then also sail the course well. Sail the favored shifts, sail the long tack, sail towards the pressure. Just sail the boat as fast as you can around the course. Chris is elected to tack back from the right side of the course over here. He's hoping that he gets a right shift so that he can gain something back on Pearson and also gain starboard advantage on him. When we've got a split in these situations, it's pretty hard to tell exactly who comes across until the boats come together and meet. But Pearson's going around the windward mark right now too. Chris has sailed a good amount of extra distance going to the right side of the course, but unfortunately, because he was trailing at the leeward gate, he just didn't have much of an opportunity to gain if he were to follow Pearson to the left side. As you can see there, Pearson's rounded the mark, but he's barely made any headway down towards the leeward gate because of that current that he's fighting going directly down into the current here. So Chris is actually going to be making up a few bowlings from this situation, but from having to go the opposite way to Pearson, I don't know if that current's going to be enough to make up for him to be able to get a good coverage on him downwind. And Pearson is bow down. We call that chopping wood, just bow going up and down into some motorboat way from the umpires there. And that's usually not fast for the boats. You can see that Chris has made back up a lot of ground here. But like I said, is it enough? Time will tell as we get towards the bottom of the course. More wood chopping there, more wood chopping. That's the worst thing in the world. That's a skipper's nightmare right there. The kite's powered up, but you're just not moving through the water at all. And you're simply just watching your opponent follow you up from behind real quick. And here comes Chris. He's coming down with a lot of boat speed right here, making a lot of gains. If Chris can keep the speed up, he's going to be able to put up a fight towards the finish line at the bottom of the course here. Still sailing super fast, still sailing bow down here. Any opportunity that Chris can take to square back and try and sail low and down on top of Pearson is going to make him very advantaged in this situation. But something else that we want to think about too is what we were saying on that first upwind is when is the opportunity to release, right? Chris realizes that he has a lot of boat speed advantage on Pearson right here. So he has two situations. He can either, A, which he looks like he's electing to do here, is just use his boat speed and try and sail faster on the outside and come at him later. Or he could choose to take his boat speed into Pearson, and usually when you have one-on-one match race situations like this, the boat that is carrying more boat speed into the maneuvers will come out on top. But it looks like everybody's going about the same speed here again. Chris has slowed down a little bit. Pearson's carrying a little bit of a puff down here. Might be the camera angle, but it looks like Pearson's starting to claw back ahead just a little bit here. Getting light here, right? Both teams have clear air and everything. And when you're sailing downwind of the current, from my experience that I've learned, is that it is best to keep your bow into the current as much as possible. Anytime you got to sail high or do a lot of jibes or anything like that, anytime you lose boat speed, you just get swept back on the course. So these teams are trying to do the best they can to sail their boat as fast as possible down the course, keep the bow into the current as much as they can. Pearson's elected to jibe away a little bit, slowing down with that maneuver a little bit too. If Chris can try and execute the same thing but carry more boat speed through it, he's going to gain a number of boat lengths back here and give himself a better chance at this race. Pearson's jibing back here. They're back on the long jibe down towards the finish line here. Seems to me that Pearson might have even gained in that situation a little bit. Little own personal puff for Chris Poole right here, starting to gain some boat lengths back. Pearson's still a little bit bow out, but this is going to be a closer finish than we originally thought, I think, folks. Here comes the jibe from Chris's team. Pearson's team is clean across. They're going to jibe right on his line. That's the best thing you can do to defend your position, right? There's the finish pin there. We just saw the committee boat on the other side of the course over there. Pearson's team is sailing down right perpendicular, shortest distance to the finish line here. No overlap, no worries, no issues from anybody here. Pearson's team is going to cross the line, clean ahead here, and take this race win, putting him up 2-0 over Chris Poole in the semifinals. Next up, we're jumping into Flight 2 of the semifinal knockout round. Nicole Brault versus Morgan Pinckney. Nicole was joining us earlier this morning for a little interview talking about some of the history of match racing and stuff that she's been volunteered with at the St. Francis Yacht Club. Breeze is starting to pick back up, folks. My papers are flying away. Starting to feel more like San Francisco now. We're jumping in a little late into this race between Morgan and Nicole here. Nicole is in boat 11. Morgan Pinckney's going to be in boat 12 here. We're looking at Nicole sail upwind here. Looking behind me at the race course with my own eyes, we got Nicole bow out, leading towards the left side of the course. Morgan Pinckney's out towards the right side, off to the camera screen to the right. To me, it seems like he's sailing in a bit more pressure out that way, and he seems to be going pretty quick, too. With the current running out in this situation, the more you get centered up in the channel and the bay out towards the Golden Gate, the more current advantage you're going to have pushing you towards the windward mark here. Nicole is tacked back on what she thinks is port ley line. Nicole's team recognizes that they're on the port lay line. They're starting to go, and Morgan Pinckney comes screaming out of the right side of the course, and he's going to take this advantage going into the windward mark here. Sailing at more pressure and more current advantage certainly helps you in this situation. Tacks around the mark, and we're setting up. We've got just about a boat length of space between these two boats. This is going to be a spicy downwind, friends. Much better kite set from Nicole Brault's team. Much better. That shows experienced crew work right there. Morgan's team gets the kite set here. If Nicole can get a lured advantage on Morgan here, she could luff him up and start taking an advantage position, bow out on the downwind. But Morgan's team has caught up to speed very quickly, and now they're racing out to the starboard lay line. Morgan is certainly going to be cautious in this situation, but he's advantaged because he's going to be the first boat that gets to the starboard lay line. Eventually, as they turn down, if he can keep a clear ahead stance on Nicole, i.e. if she doesn't get her bow overlap to leeward of him, he can slowly soak down to go DDW, dead downwind, and eventually do a slow jibe on the starboard. And that's how he's going to be able to get out of this situation here. But they're so close. Nicole is right on his transom right here. He's not going to be able to move much down to leeward without Nicole being cautious of raising the protest flag against him. So Nicole's move here, just like we saw with Pearson in the last race, is that she wants to take Morgan all the way out to the starboard downwind lay line, jibe right on top of him, Simo jibe, calling it matching as the call, as the skipper would call, and then hopefully roll him over once they're on that starboard lay line because she will be in the windward position. We can see that these two boats are sailing pretty hot angles here. The booms of the J22 are within the gunnels. The poles are pretty far forward, almost against the headstay. They're sailing a pretty hot port angle out to this lay line here. They're going to get there pretty quick, and that also means that they're going to have more of a tight reach coming back down to the leeward gates too. But something else to remember is that the current is still pushing these teams upwind. So while they're reaching this way out towards the middle of the channel, they're going to have a long ways to come back until they get to the leeward gates. Nicole thinks that she's starting to get a little more towards the starboard lay line here, so what she starts to do is soak a little bit more lure to Morgan Pinckney here so that she can get a more advantaged position when she jives on him when they get down to the starboard lay line. There we go. Nicole thinks she's there, so they go. Morgan Simo's with her. Much better jibe from Nicole's team. Low battery warning from the Jones, so we're going to switch. We're going to do a pit stop here, a drone pit stop, and then we're going to get right back to the racing with y'all, folks. ET phone home. All right, folks, our pit stop has been completed. It wasn't quite NASCAR speeds, but we're back with you here. Quick update on how the finish of that race went. With Nicole's better job coming into the finish line here, she was able to pass Morgan and take her second win in the series against there. So we've got Pearson Potts up 2-0 over Chris Poole. We've got Nicole Brault up 2-0 over Morgan Pinckney. Each of those teams only need one more win to make it onto the finals. It's a best of 5 series here. First of 3 wins will win. We've got Chris Poole and Pearson Potts in sequence here, entering the zone now. When you enter the zone and your match race starts, it's pretty critical to figure out which end of the line is favored. You don't have a choice which end of the line you entered from, but if it's a starboard end finish lay line, i.e. starboard committee boat favorite, it's going to be easier to cross from the pin because you can sail more downwind. And that looks to be the situation here a little bit. Chris is, he's not quite crossing, he doesn't think. He might be able to, but Chris's goal is if he can get across the bow of Pearson Potts, he's going to be in a controlling position here. But he's not going to quite be able to do it, so he's got to jibe away. Pearson Potts is in the controlling position here, so he's got 2 options. One, he wants to keep his bow free so that he can hook Chris Poole to leeward, also so that he can prevent him from tacking in this situation here. Pearson is in a very strong position. He's a little bit bow back. He's got that separation to swing his bow if he needs to. And so these 2 teams are going to be sitting here for a little bit, waiting for somebody to get unadvantaged and so that the other team can strike at the opportunity. In these situations, when you've got 2 boats luffing ahead to win, the bow team will usually crawl up to the bow and they will grab the jib. The skipper will be pointing to which side of the boat that they want the bow person to pull the clew of the jib. As we can see with Chris Poole's bow person there, they pulled the clew over the starboard side so that they go bow down onto starboard tack a little more here. Backwinding the main. The goal for both boats here is to be a little bit bow back on each other. That it will be the more controlling position for them here. Chris backwinding a little bit to try and get advantage. Now he thinks that he's got enough room and space and that if he can accelerate quickly, he can jibe around in front of Pearson and try and get across to the starboard advantage side of the starting box. Here he goes. Here's the jibe. If he can get across, he's gold. He's got a lot more boat speed. He's going to get across just fine here. Chris Poole is now in the advantage position in the starting sequence. Remember, folks, that current is only getting stronger through the day. That's the committee boat right there. Usually the committee boat would be pointing upwind, but because the current is overpowering the breeze in this San Francisco situation, it's a little bit intriguing that the committee boat is pointing directly downwind opposite the current because they are running 100% in the opposite direction of each other here. As we move down in what Dave Perry calls the playground area of the start line, which is a downwind port reach, so that you come in on like a starboard kind of reaching angle, both teams, it is important for them to have their time and distance correct, and that's when they choose to jibe back, right? And so Chris, when he's leading, he's now in the trailing position here, which is very strong because the current is pushing them up to the line. But when they're sailing downwind in that situation, Chris is trying to decide when is the correct time to go back. Have I sailed far enough away from the line so that when I go back, I don't have to kill too much time, but I'm not going to be late either. When Chris chooses to go back, Pearson then has to decide, did Chris jibe back early or did he jibe back late? If he thinks he jibed back late, he wants to lead him back as he did in this situation here, right? But if he thinks he came back early, Pearson would prefer to sail past Chris and so that he could push him towards the line here. Very close situation here. Chris Poole in the advantage position. There's the pin end of the line. Pearson didn't like what he had there, so he's going to tack away and get his bow free again. Current is still pushing them up to the line, so they're trying to sail downwind as much as they can. Pearson's in the leeward position here. Chris is tacking away. And there's the gun. Split start, pretty even for both teams here. If the course is all set and square in this situation, and both boats come back exactly bow even, Pearson will be in the advantage position because he has starboard coming back. Goes for attack here. Boat speed's a little bit down. Roll tack, roll together, trim together, flatten together there. Boat speed gets back up as quick as they can. To me, it seems Chris Poole is a bit more advantaged in this situation. If Chris can throw in a good tack and get across Pearson's bow, they'll be advantaged. Split start. We won't see many changes here until Chris elects to tack back at Pearson. But Chris is not going to do that until he thinks he has a good opportunity to cross. Another difficult decision that Chris Poole will have here is that it's very difficult to tell exactly where the ley line is when you're this far away from the mark. If he sails on starboard all the way out to the port ley line, especially with this current here, it's going to be very difficult for him to nail it absolutely perfectly. And especially with the current pushing them up towards the windward mark, there's a very good chance that you will overlay the mark and sail extra distance in this situation. So Chris needs to nail this spot on. Tacking back earlier will be better rather than tacking back later, but Chris is going to wait until he's strong enough on Pearson to get there. Turning around here to look at the pre-start between Nicole Brauld and Morgan Pinkney again. Another luffing scenario here. These two boats are going to wait until one of them has the advantage position. Can't quite see Morgan Pinkney's on the pin end of the line here, right? So Morgan is going to wait here for as long as he can until he either gets his bow free or he can jibe around and cross, right? To me, it seems if Morgan can backwind and get his bow free and lead on port reaching, then he'll be advantaged here, right? Nicole tacks away. This is Morgan's sign to follow her, and they sail towards the starboard committee boat end of the starting area, and that will make both of them advantaged. Both boats sailing downwind towards the playground, as Dave Perry likes to call it here. Nicole is in the controlling position here. She chooses when she gets to go back. She wants to jibe on time. If Morgan thinks she's early, he's going to go past her and then jibe around and push her up towards the line. If he thinks she's late, he's going to jibe before her and so that he can beat her to the start line. But it's going to be pretty difficult to be late in these situations, especially with the current pushing you up towards the start line, right? When you're sailing upwind with the current, you're going to get upwind way, way faster than you would going downwind here. So it's going to be much easier to be early than to be late, which can be dangerous for the boat that leads back. A little bit of switching positions here. Morgan's elected to sail down back in between the starboard and pin ley lines in the starting box area. His goal is to sail as far dead downwind as possible here without giving up too much advantage space on Nicole so that he can go downwind and then come upwind fast with speed right into the gun. Both these boats sailing pretty far downwind with under a minute to go to the start, as that current is going to push them up extremely quickly up to the ley line, up to the starting line here. Morgan elects to be leading back in here. He's going to be trying to go for a tight to leeward start here. If he can get a tight to leeward start, he's going to be very advantaged on this first beat. But his goal is to not eat up too much of his hole and his space to windward, because that current is pushing him up to the line extremely fast here, right? Nicole's done a good job at going upwind and creating a little bit of windward separation between her and Morgan here, right? She's starting to fall into him really slowly. If she can keep that space, though, and eventually roll over him, bow forward, she would have had a wide right start. There's the gun. Morgan's electing to luff Nicole up here, right? Try and create space. Nicole elects to tack away. Split start here. Morgan's going to go left. Nicole's going to go right. You would think that it would be more advantage for the boat on the course right side to be able to come out on top, not only because of starboard advantage, but you're going to have favorable current over there too. When they're sailing to the left side of the course, they're sailing into shallower water. There's going to be less current in shallower water. For the boat that sails to the right side of the course, they're going to be in deeper water, which equates to more current running out towards the Golden Gate. Nicole tacked away, and then she's tacked back on the starboard to not give herself too much separation away from Morgan. But she's still in that advantage starboard position here, and possibly in more current. You know, they're not super separated. This is a small race course, and usually you got to go more distance to get into advantage or disadvantage current. I can't see quite any tide lines over here from the bird's eye view of the drone that we have. Nicole seems to be advantaged enough here. I think if Morgan would attack back now, he would be in a disadvantaged position. Morgan Pinckney with a super close cross Nicole Brault there. He's now in the advantage position, sailing towards the windward mark and on the starboard side of the course. They've tacked back, and like I was saying earlier, it's very hard for them to determine exactly where that port ley line is when they're all the way on that side of the course, and it's particularly difficult to see. But Morgan thinks he's there. He's got his spinnaker pole up coming into the windward mark here. Morgan's going to have a sizable lead coming into the windward mark here. But as soon as he puts his bow down into the current, his boat is almost going to stop going ground speed here, and Nicole is going to have a good chance to catch back up. Here goes Morgan's team setting. Much better spinnaker set this time around. Kite fills immediately within a bow length of the windward mark. That's the gold standard right there. Immediate jibe away from Nicole's team. She thinks that starboard is going to be the long jibe downwind and wants to get there as soon as possible. Morgan elects to keep sailing away on port. You could argue that he's sailing into more current right now, too, is that as he goes towards the middle of the channel, out towards the Golden Gate, he will be fighting more current to come back in once they go downwind. So Nicole's tactic here is to jibe around the windward mark immediately so that she can sail into less current and have better boat speed going down to the leeward gate. Folks, if you've got any questions that come up or anything like that, I've got the chat box pulled up alongside the drone feed here, so I'll answer them verbally as you type them away. Morgan Pinckney's jibe back here now, thinking that he's possibly on ley line or that he might just want to reconnect towards the middle of the course with Nicole. It's always a good idea not to separate from your competition too much, especially when you're only racing against one boat. A little bit of mix-up of fleets here. We've got Pearson Potts and Chris Poole sailing upwind through the course of downwind with Nicole Brault and Morgan Pinckney. This is race 3 for both pairs of the best-of-5 semifinal series. We got Pearson Potts up 2-0 over Chris Poole. We've got Nicole Brault up 2-0 over Morgan Pinckney. So Chris Poole and Morgan Pinkney are in the hot seat in this situation. They got to win out to move on to the finals from now. Nicole's team jibing back. Looks like Morgan Pinkney is well advantaged coming from the starboard side of the course over here. Nicole does seem to be coming in good boat speed here, though. She's definitely closing the deck. Morgan's going to be a comfortable number of boat lengths ahead here at the gate. Here they go, starting to set up. They didn't nail the lay line quite perfectly here, so they got to throw in one more jibe coming here. And they're most likely going to elect for a left-hand turn at this gate mark here to prevent from doing another jibe and keep as much boat speed as possible. But no, they elect to go for the jibe and go for a starboard rounding. Getting the kite down on the windward side, wide and tight so that the current doesn't push them up into the mark here. Get that kite down in the hatch. And they're going upwind here again. Every second that Morgan can be sailing upwind on this course while Nicole is still sailing downwind is going to give him valuable boat lengths here because the current is helping him go up the course. Nicole elected around the other gate, so he's going to tack immediately and cover possibly the more favorable side of the course because they're sailing in a more advantageous current going upwind as they get into deeper water over here. Morgan's positioned himself extremely nicely here. He's in great pressure sailing out to the correct side of the course. He's positioned himself exactly between his opponent and the windward mark. There's no way, no how that he will lose his position here because all he has to do is keep himself between his competition and the mark. Yes, Nicole may gain boat lengths back on him, but he can easily defend his position from here. Pretty simple sailing if you're in this lead right here right now, right? You just want to sail the ley lines. You want to sail the course well. Have someone on your boat looking back, paying attention to what Nicole is doing, but you need everybody else on the boat focused on sailing the boat as fast as possible around the course and sailing the shortest distance possible around the course. When you're leading in this situation, you want the race to be over as fast as possible. Both boats have tacked back. Close starboard ley line, if not on it here. Going to be a hairpin turn, tacking around to the starboard windward mark here. These sets are usually a little more difficult for the bow team when you do a hairpin turn. So what they do is that they put the spinnaker pole out 90 degrees, right? They have to put it out 90 degrees so that it goes behind the leech of the jib so that it doesn't interfere with their boat speed. As soon as they're tacking around the mark, they're going to slam the pole forward, and then they're going to go right to the kite halyard, and they're going to start hoisting it like a banshee. Here it comes, tacking over. Generous ley line as the current is helping them get around the mark. There goes the pole, straight to the kite halyard here. Hoist, 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 hoist. Nice job from Morgan's team there. Kite fills within a boat length of rounding the mark. Well executed crew work there. Pole slams against the forestay. Same thing for Nicole's team. Kite going up, and it's full. Day, I get to live to see another race. Over here we had Chris Poole and Pearson Potts finishing race number 3. Chris Poole had the Grim Reaper knocking on his door saying that if you don't win this, you're out. But I think Chris might have won that race. He's bowed forward here, and he would have said, not today. I get to live to see another race. Back to this race, coming in on the last downwind here. Nicole's made up some ground on Morgan Pinckney coming down to this downwind. They're on a long starboard jibe coming in. If Nicole can carry any more boat speed than Morgan here, she needs to use it to soak down onto his line and try and cover as much of his air as possible. Looks like it might be a tall order here as both boats are sailing bow into the current. And anytime that you don't have your bow directly into the current in these downwind situations, you're losing boat lengths. If Chris Poole won that race, then it will be 2-1 Pearson Potts over Chris Poole. Here we got Nicole jibing back after Morgan Pinckney is done. Jibing there to try and keep as little distance between her and her opponent as possible. Everything she's doing here is trying to maximize the amount of distance that she gains here and minimize the amount of distance that she loses. The more she stays connected with him, the better chances she has in executing that. Morgan jibing back towards the starboard downwind lay line here. Nicole matches him boat for boat right there, trying to keep some separation. The more separation she keeps, the more leverage she's going to have. And leverage is good in a situation when you're trailing, because leverage gives you the ability to take a gaining opportunity that your opponent won't get because they're too far away from you. It's kind of a Hail Mary, but sometimes it's the only option you have. Seems to be a bit of a left shift here on the course here. We got both boats sailing downwind on starboard, pulls towards the forestay, booms in a little bit. Easy to make the finish line here for both boats here. Morgan Pinckney's got his air clear across the bow of Nicole Brault, so he's going to have an easy time coming into this finish line with a 2 boat length lead. You can see the finish pin, the green mark set bot over on the top right side of the course there. Ooh, Nicole seems to be gaining a couple boat lengths here. She might have gotten to Morgan's air. She's definitely moving faster than him, but is it too little, too late? She's trying to use that boat speed to soak down onto him of her last chance opportunity to gain more boat lengths on him coming into the finish. Morgan's getting a little nervous. He's going to jibe away here. Nicole's going to keep sailing straight and fast. Every time you drive in these situations, you lose a little bit of speed, right? Morgan's barely advantaged here. This is going to be a super close finish, but I think Morgan Pinckney's going to finish out on top. But what an effort from Nicole Brault to close the gap as much as possible on the downwind. Time for another pit stop, folks. We're going to go to a commercial break. Thanks for joining us here. We'll be back to you very shortly. Okay.
this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
Hey folks, me again, Carter Cameron, presenting the 2024 U.S. Sailing Match Race Championships for you. Right now, coming up with our drone, we got the big boy out right now. We've got race number 4 between Pearson Potts and Chris Poole. We've got Chris Poole leading Pearson Potts on this first downwind here, but Pearson Potts is really close within a boat length behind. Super advantageous position for him right here. Both of these boats are sailing downwind on port jibe, racing to the starboard ley line. Whoever gets to the starboard ley line first is going to win. Usually it'd be Chris Poole in this situation, but Pearson Potts is going to position himself perfectly so that when Chris jibes, Pearson's going to simo jibe with him, get right on his air, and hopefully try and roll him coming into the gates and get bow out on Chris. Pearson keeping close touch with Chris Poole here. Just a few feet behind him and just barely to lure to this position is the optimal place where Pearson wants to put his boat. Chris goes for the jibe and Pearson simo jibes with him. A little bit of a glitch from the drone here. Looking behind me in live action, Chris seemed to have a little bit of a spicy jibe there with a little bit of a luff and kite, and Pearson was able to roll over the top of Chris and get a bow out position on him. Here we go, and we're back, folks, and Chris Poole is still right in this. He's in a very tight leeward position right here. If Chris has any kind of leeward overlap with Pearson Potts, he can luff him to the moon, and then he can get right back out in front here. So Pearson's nervous in this situation because he needs to be on the ley line, right? He is going towards downwind jail. If he gets stuck there, he does not pass go. He does not collect $200. He gets stuck. And now he's real nervous here. He can't jibe and get across. He's not laying towards the right-hand turn mark. So he's trying to get his bow free and try and duck behind Chris Poole here. Pearson Potts is in a sticky situation in this race, folks. They get to the port ley line, and Chris jives away, and he's going to be leading into this gate. A little bit of mayhem coming from Pearson Potts' boat. Got scared, got frantic, got a right on the forestay with the spinnaker, but they got it flying again now. Chris has gained a few boat lengths away. A little mix-up with the race course here again. We've got Nicole Brault and Morgan Pinckney sailing upwind through this race. Nicole's got a nice lead on Morgan after that start, it seems. Chris Poole coming in for a hairpin turn at this right-hand lure gate mark here. Jib up, pull down. They're going to douse the kite on the starboard side of the boat here. Jibe, that's what we call a Mexican, folks. Wide and tight, going right back up, round. Great crew work there, sailing upwind fast. Kites packed away immediately within a boat length of the mark. Every opportunity that Chris has to sail upwind while Pearson's still rounding the leeward gate. Look at all those boat lengths he just put on him there because he gets to sail up current before Pearson does while he's going down. And remember, folks, with this current pushing us up the course, it's very easy to hold your lead when you're going upwind, right? But as soon as you round the windward mark, you're going to be bow down into the current, and your trailing opponent is going to have a lot of time to catch up on you right there. So this race seems like it may be more spread out than it actually is right at this moment, folks. But until we get to the windward mark, everything will stay pretty square right here, right? Chris positions himself nicely between the windward mark and his opponent, Pearson Potts, the leeward. Most likely they're going to sail out to the starboard ley line out here, tack right on it, do a hairpin turn around the windward mark, and then the race is almost going to start right over again with Pearson being right on Chris's trail. Chris tacks away. He thinks he's on the ley line here. With this current, it makes your ley lines a lot closer than it normally would if you're not sailing with current, right? Because the current is pushing you up to the mark. It's acting as a conveyor belt, getting you to the windward mark almost twice as fast as you normally would if you were sailing without it. Chris's team setting up for a hairpin turn around the starboard windward mark here. They're going to have the pole up. They're going to have it behind the leech of the jib on the port side of the boat. As soon as they tack, the bow person will slam the pole forward, go straight to the kite halyard, and rip it up as fast as they can. There they go, the kite hoist. Pull the guy, pull the guy. A little bit of a luffing situation, and the kite fills. But look at that. As Chris puts his boat bow down into the current here, kite not entirely full right there. He's going really slow, and Pearson's made up a lot of bowlings too, but now Pearson's going real slow right into the current as well. Whoever can get their kite flying the fastest here is going to be an advantage in this situation. A little bit of technical difficulties with the drone here. Well, folks, it's been a super exciting day here for the semifinals of the U.S. Match Racing Championship for 2024 for the Prince of Wales Bowl here. Looks like we got some drone footage running here, so I'm going to commentate to you. We got both pairs going downwind at the same time. Nicole and Morgan are on their first downwind. They're the bottom two boats of your screen there. And we got Pearson and Cress at the top of your screen. They're on their second downwind sailing towards the finish line here. We've been focusing on the Chris Poole Pearson Potts match for race number 4 of their best of 5 semifinal knockout series here. And Chris Poole, up in the top left corner of your screen, he is still the bow forward boat on Pearson Potts here, right? But Pearson has closed the gap a little bit, and he's almost sailing on his air. It looks like Pearson may be blanketing Chris Poole's breeze, and he's gaining boat lengths on him here. Nicole and Morgan rounding the leeward gates here. This looks like it's going to be a split rounding. This is a close match race, folks, between Nicole Brault and Morgan Pinkney. The boat that rounded the course right-hand gate, you got to think that their advantage coming up here because they're sailing into more current and can hold the starboard advantage side of the course. And we've got action from Pearson Potts and Chris Poole on the downwind with their kites up in the leg there. Pearson Potts is on the left side of your screen with the spinnaker up over Chris Poole here. Pearson seems to be rolling Chris after a few jibing scenarios there. Going through a lot of bullwick with the umpires, a lot of white water trails, everything like that. The boats and the keels and rudders getting switched around, everything. But Pearson seems to have gotten a little bit bow forward here in an advantage. All Pearson needs to do now is be able to jibe and clearly cross Chris Poole's bow, and he can sail to the finish line in front. But is he putting himself in jail in this situation? Because the last thing he wants to do is get himself locked up in Alcatraz on that island right there. We need Chris Poole and Pearson Potts downwind. Super close downwind here. Coming in close, right? The leading boat needs to be able to jibe and get across so that they can get into this, so that they can lay the pin. If they keep sailing on this course, they're going to have to go outside it right here, right? But this, they're going to jail right now, right? They can't cross. They can't jibe. They would be disadvantaged. They would have port versus starboard, and they would foul in this situation. So the trailing boat is going to hold them out as long as they can, way past that finishing lay line, and then they're going to jibe in and finish across the line clear ahead. He's trying to do it. He's got no choice, and he's going to foul. Chris Poole has fouled Pearson Potts in this situation here. Just a clear starboard port in that scenario. We're waiting for the laundry to hang from Pearson Potts' boat, and we're waiting for an umpire call. But that was pretty clearly port starboard. Chris jibing into Pearson Potts there, just trying to make the finish line. But he had no other choice. He was going to lose the race either way in that scenario. There we go. We've located Nicole Brault and Morgan Pinkney's race, and we've got Luff and Spinnakers up. That's always a good sign for a spicy match race going on right there. Chris Poole was in the green boat in that finish, boat number 6. Pearson Potts was in red, boat number 3. Can we zoom in? All right, we're starting to zoom in on the Nicole Brault and Morgan Pinkney race here. We had to step away for a minute. I'm trying to decide who's in front here. Nicole Brault is in boat number 11. Morgan Pinkney is in boat number 12. We just need to see sail numbers. Nicole Brault is currently leading Morgan Pinkney on this long starboard jibe downwind the course. They had a luffing match, and so the current swept them way up to the Golden Gate. So they're sailing downwind, but they're almost still at the windward mark up here. So they got a long way to go on this downwind. And this long starboard jibe, Morgan's in a prime position to try and cover up onto Nicole's air and try and make a move to roll her. Morgan should be doing everything he can here to try and sail a little bit high and get on top of Nicole's breeze. That's going to be his only chance to get down to an advantage position on this final downwind for these two boats. But right now, while Morgan is clearly sailing just on the transom of Nicole Brault, she's in a happy position here, just letting him be right behind. We've got poles forward towards the forestay, right? That signifies that the breeze is forward on these boats. Between who?
this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
All right, folks, to update y'all on what's going on, we have determined the finals in the petite finals matchup. Pearson Potts and Nicole Brault have moved on to the finals. Chris Poole and Morgan Pinkney will be sailing the petite finals to determine third and fourth place. So that means that Chris Poole did foul Pearson Potts, and Pearson Potts drew that foul. And so Pearson Potts and Nicole Brault both win 3-1 over their respective opponents in the semifinal knockout round. Yeah, let's go. All right, folks, we bring you here to the finals of the 2024 U.S. Match Racing Championship. We've got Pearson Potts and the Guardians of the Monohull team at boat number 3. We've got Nicole Brault and her team from the St. Francis Yacht Club, the local host yacht club here for the finals. Nicole's team is in boat number 11. Pearson's team is in boat number 3. We are in sequence for the first race of the best-of-5 series for the finals. Chris Poole and Morgan Pinckney will be competing against each other in a best-of-3 finals for the petite final to determine 3rd and 4th place. We've got Pearson trailing Nicole coming into the start of the first race of the finals here. Nicole dives downwind, trying to get down current a little bit more. She knows that it's going to push her up really quickly to that starting line. You can see the committee boat right there. Pearson jives back to try and gain starboard advantage. Does another jive back. Little collegiate row jive style there, trying to get a little bit of boat speed out of it. And he seems to have. He's going pretty quick, and he's going to try and hook Nicole to lure it here. It's very advantageous to be the trailing boat in this situation when you're going to be getting to the starting line very quickly, right? Because if you're, as they call, trailing or pushing your opponent, you can force them to be early to the start line, and your goal would be to hopefully either force them over or to get them so close to the starting line that they are not going to be able to have any boat speeding. You can roll them to leeward and have a tight to leeward start. Pearson's in a pretty strong position right here. He elects to start reaching, slowly leading back to the start line here. If he's right on time, he's going to be good. But if he's early at all, Nicole will be in a very strong position here to get tight to leeward of Pearson. The current is getting them very quickly up to the start line over here. Pearson thinks he's early, so he elects to jibe around, separate from Nicole. Time and distance is extremely difficult in this scenario when you've got a lot of current pushing you in one direction up the course. But when you know when the current's pushing you, you're always going to be early, right? So it's usually a bit better to be late. And here they are. You can see how quickly they're getting swept across the line. There's the go gun, sailing upwind on the first beat of the finals. Split start here. Pearson's closer to the boat. Nicole has won the pin here. If Pearson can hold this lane with boat speed and prevent Nicole from getting across his bow, he's going to be in the advantage position. Nothing will change here for a little bit until they get closer to the port lay line. Patience is a virtue with these conditions, especially with this heat wave over San Francisco. Pearson leading back Nicole here. But as our forecast has proven true from SailFlow, SailFlow with 70,000 proprietary weather stations and expert meteorologists forecast written daily. SailFlow is a must-have app on your phone, tablet, and computer. That forecast proved true, and our patience has paid a virtue, and that we have this beautiful 10-knot west-southwesterly on San Francisco Bay, and it is an absolutely stunning day for sailboat racing here. It's a beautiful 75 degrees sitting in the shade, not a cloud in the sky, perfect 10-knot sea breeze here. I don't think anybody could want anything more for this finals matchup on this beautiful Sunday. Pearson was able to lead Nicole back right on that port lay line there, and to force Nicole to tack back away. And she sailed a few extra boat lengths because remember that current is pushing these boats up to that windward mark extremely quickly. It is very easy to get to the lay line. It's very easy to get around the windward mark in these conditions. So Pearson was able to sail straight and fast. Nicole threw in 2 extra tacks, and she's lost a few boat lengths because of it. But Pearson is going to stop almost dead in the water as soon as he gets around this mark here, right? There you go. His bow's into it. Nicole's already closing boat lengths. It's almost like the race restarts every time you're around a windward mark in this situation just because it is so difficult sailing dead down into the current. Not a great set from Pearson Potts' team in the first set of the finals of the 2024 Match Race Championships. Does a double jibe, and he knows he's in trouble, so he tries to go for the hook on Nicole and luff her up, right? Both kites are luffing here. His only opportunity is to luff her up so high that he can break away and start sailing downwind fast towards the mark. Nicole's hope is that she can roll over his bow and start going downwind again. It's very close here, but now I can see a little bit of clear ahead there, right? But can she cleanly sail down over his bow? We've got luffing kites here. If Nicole can fill her kite and reach over the top, she's going to be just fine. Pearson needs to get his kite filled if he wants to match any kind of boat speed that Nicole's got here. She's pulled herself in a very good position where she's going to drive on the starboard. They've got a wrap on the forestay with the spinnaker here. Might just be an hourglass in itself. Who knows? All I know is that Nicole's flying and Pearson is not. There she goes, ripping away right down to the next mark. Easy sailing here. Just make the boat go as fast as possible while your opponents are going slow. Pearson gets his kite filled after an agonizing 45 seconds or so of just sailing slow in the water, getting the kite untangled. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to make back up this race. He's fortunate that it's a best-of-5 series here. You might hear some horns in the background. That's 1 minute to go for Chris Poole versus Morgan Pinckney for the Petite Finals. You might see them in your video screen here as these two boats get down to the leeward gate. Easy sailing from Nicole Brault's team. It looks like she's possibly on the lay line for a right-hand gate mark turn. All they got to do is go jib up, pull down, easy douse on the kite, and they get it sailing upwind pretty quickly here. Pearson's got his boat moving well through the water again here. After a kerfuffle with the spinnaker around the forestay or an hourglass, not quite close enough to tell. They've got a certain amount of ground to make up that is going to make or break this race for them. There's the go gun for Pinckney and Poole down there. Chris Poole rolling Morgan Pinckney right at the pin end of the line, quickly grabbing the advantage position in the match. Nicole's team goes for a douse. Very clean, very easy, trimming sails. Kite's getting stuffed into the hatch, trimming it upwind, and now they're gaining bowling since they're sailing with the current here. Nicole's goal is going to be is that she wants to tack as soon as Pearson gets around this mark here, right? She wants to center herself up on the course between herself, the windward mark, and the opponent here. Pearson's goal will be to tack as soon as he can out here as well to gain leverage and separation. Nicole drew a foul earlier. I didn't see any flags rise from that situation, but she has now cleared herself of any opportunities. Something to note in match racing is that you only need to do a 270 instead of a 360 to exonerate yourself of a penalty. If you're sailing upwind, you only need to do a jibe. If you're sailing downwind, you only need to do a tack. She executed it well. She still has a great lead against Pearson here, and now she's covering the race again. This is certainly exciting for our viewers. We get to watch two races at once. Towards the top of your screen, you got Chris Poole versus Morgan Pinckney, and Chris is leading out to the right side of the course. On the bottom of your screen, you got Nicole Brault all the way on the right. You got Pearson Potts sailing away on starboard tack on the left. Something to note is that the racing rules of sailing still apply between boats that are racing not necessarily against each other, but on the same race course and racing against another opponent. So now it adds a whole other dilemma to this scenario where not only do you have to worry about your opponent, but you also don't want to foul another boat on another race because you will still draw a penalty and you will have to exonerate yourself from that. So Nicole's goal, she rounds right in between Chris Poole and Morgan Pinckney here. She wants to separate herself without giving up too much distance as soon as she can. And because these boats are turning dead downwind into the current here, Pearson was able to make up a few bowlings with that scenario here. If Nicole gets caught up at all between Chris Poole and Morgan Pinckney, Pearson might have a great opportunity to catch back up by just sailing fast down towards the mark. Nicole does not have an opportunity to jibe and get away. She would be jibing too close to Morgan Pinckney here. She's kind of stuck in this situation just sailing out towards the starboard lay line. Pearson needs to take this opportunity to do everything he can to sail as fast as he can down to the start line. Absolute full fleet race tactics mode here. How do they sail in more pressure? How do they sail the long jibe? Fortunately for Nicole, Morgan has jibed away here. To note for our viewers, it is not boat 11 versus boat 6 here. Boat 11 is worried about boat 3. Boat 6 is worried about boat 12, right? Pearson has elected to follow Nicole all the way down here. And Pearson's gained a lot of boat lengths too. A lot of action happening in our petite finals here. Morgan Pinckney tries to jibe back and go above Chris Poole. I don't see any contact, but Chris Poole may be flying a flag to try and draw a foul on Morgan Pinckney there because he had to avoid. Pearson's made up a lot of ground here, but it might be too little too late. He has to jibe perfectly on top of Nicole's breeze when she gets onto the starboard lay line to give himself any chance of being able to come back into this race. He's not trying to do anything now because he wants to put the hurt on later. Nicole goes for the jibe. Pearson goes for the Simo jibe at the same time here as well. Nicole seems to be sailing really high out of this jibe. She's giving away a lot of space between her and Pearson. Pearson starts to sail high too. This race just got mighty close, folks. It got mighty, mighty close. If Pearson can roll over the top of Nicole, he's made an absolutely fantastic comeback here. But I don't know if he's bow forward enough. He might be what he's going to do is what he called jail earlier here, right? If he can soak down and lay the finish line without having the jibe, should be good to go here. But it's very close leeward overlap. He cannot cleanly jibe and cross Nicole in this situation. So he may be stuck. It may look close, but he may just be stuck here. Nicole gains a little bit of speed. Pearson is absolutely locked up in this scenario here. He is hoping and praying that he can lay this pin end of the line here. But if Nicole gets any kind of overlap to leeward, she's allowed to luff him up as high as she wants. Rule 17 does not apply in match racing. She can take him to the moon if she wants here, right? There's the yellow gates. That's the right-hand turn mark. A lot of action here. We've got Chris Poole rounding the right-hand gate turn mark here. The pin, I don't quite see the pin in our camera frame here, but if Pearson is laying the pin, he's going to be good to go. Still a lot of space until the finish line. Gosh, it is tight. The judges are looking very closely to see if Nicole has an overlap or not, right? There's the pin on our screen. Pearson is not laying this finish if he keeps sailing on starboard jibe here. He's got to do everything he can to try and jibe and get across Nicole's bow cleanly. But if he doesn't, he's going to draw a foul against her, just like Chris Poole fouled against him, jibing into that late start. Nicole's in an extremely strong position preventing Pearson from jibing here. He's doing everything he can to do. He has no choice. This is a classic port starboard situation here. Nicole's starboard, Pearson's port. There's the foul. There's the contact. Pearson had no other choice. He was going to foul either way here, right? I saw a whistle. I don't see a flag, heard a whistle, but I can't tell who drew the flag or what flag it was. Pearson trying to exonerate himself of his penalty here. Or did Nicole get the penalty? I saw a judge yellow flag. Nicole is sailing with the yellow flag in the starting area against Pearson here. It signifies to me that Nicole owes Pearson a penalty turn. Cleanly across the finish line for Pearson Potts. Pearson, after getting his spinnaker wrapped around his forestay and an hourglass after that, makes an amazing comeback to win the first race of the finals of this regatta. Folks, we're going to take another commercial break and a pit stop to change the battery on the drone here. We'll be back with you shortly.
this is gonna be smooth.
What the is my life?
All right, folks, joining back for race 2 of the 2024 U.S. Match Race Finals. Knowles. Pearson Potts in boat number 3, Nicole Broughton, boat number 11, each jockeying for position here. Somewhere, haven't been looking at the time, about 2 minutes-ish to go probably. When their boats are bow down into the current here, they're sailing super slow. Setting kites so that they can get back down to the pre-start in time. Main and jib alone wouldn't do it fast enough for them to get back down to the starting area here. Pearson's having some more trouble with the spinnaker here. He's got to drive to starboard to save any advantage that he's got, right? He's going slow here. He needs to do everything he can to be able to stay in front of Nicole. He's got lure position. His kite's full now. I'd say they're about tied in this situation here, right? He's got a little bit of advantage, but he's getting weaker by the moment. If Nicole can sail through the line and get on the encore side and then just start at the pin, she's going to be golden here against Pearson. Look how much current there is, folks. You can see the committee boat on the just to port of them there. That was the gun for both boats. They're both over the line. They got to sail downwind and get clear. Jibs are up. Kites are going down, clearing themselves. Whoever can get their kite down the fastest and start sailing upwind the quickest is going to have the better start of these two. And that seems to be Nicole to me. Both boats are splitting going up the first beat. These upwinds have been very quick with the amount of current that's pushing these boats up towards the course and towards the Golden Gate up here. So Nicole will be tacking back on the port tack not too long from now to reconnect, but also to be on a very close ley line to the windward mark, even for only sailing this short amount of time up the beat. There goes Nicole tacking out on the port from the left side of the course to re-engage with Pearson Potts. Pearson is still sailing on port going out towards the right side of the course. Looking over my shoulder here at the live action behind my back, Nicole seems to be a little bit advantaged here, but all might change very quickly when Pearson tacks on to starboard. Can't quite see Pearson on our screen here, but Nicole is still sailing towards the meetup with him in the middle of the course. And Pearson Potts seems to have the advantage coming out of the starboard side of the course here. Nicole's going to tack before she gets too close to him here. Nicole's in a tough situation coming in just under this starboard ley line here, right? She doesn't have the ability to tack and go around the mark until Pearson does, but Pearson is obligated to go around the mark when he gets there. He is not allowed to sail extra distance around the windward mark. Both boats starting to hoist their spinnaker poles with the top and lifts. Starting to hook it on, put it out 90 degrees behind the leech of the jib over the port side of the boat. And they're going to simo-tack here. Pearson goes around, Nicole's going to immediately follow. This is still an extremely close race, folks, particularly for this downwind when both boats are fighting the current. Pearson having a decent set with his team there. Still a little fluffy. Kite's not 100% filled. And trying to jibe, close her out. That is a hairy situation for Nicole. So Pearson jibed in there, right? So it's until Pearson's transom clears the mark that he is rounding when he's sailing towards the next course is when he has obligated room, right? So that's going to be, it was too close for me to tell. That's going to be up to a judge to determine if he was past the mark or not, if he jibed too close to Nicole there to not give her room at the mark. Not that she was obligated. She was obligated to give Pearson room as Pearson entered the zone clear ahead of them. Pearson Potts has been entering blue for this matchup, and Nicole Brawl has been entering yellow. So whatever we see coming from the umpire boat, whatever color flag is going to be for that boat. Brault is yellow, Pearson is blue. Still can't quite see any flags from an umpire boat. We're a bit far away to determine that. But right now it's going to be fairly decent, easy sailing for both of these boats going down the run, right? Just trying to make their boat sail as fast as possible. There's not going to be too much engagement due to the separation between these two boats here. But you got to expect another jibe or two from each of these boats here. I doubt that they're laying the marks with the current pushing them all the way up the course here. And so we definitely should see a few more jibes and some closer engagements as we get towards the gates. Here goes Pearson jibing back towards Nicole here. Very good jibe from his team there. Kite stayed full all the time. They almost got a bit of an acceleration out of it there. Pearson's clearly crossing Nicole Brault here. Nicole seems to have gotten a nice burst of boat speed here and is making up a lot of gains and ground on Pearson right here. He's not crossing as cleanly as he may have once thought here. Pearson's looking nervous, looking forward, looking back, looking forward, looking back, going for another jibe to keep himself safe right here. He'll use this opportunity to get to the mark, to the room for the mark zone first and call room around the mark against Nicole. Pearson rounds cleanly ahead of Nicole here for the second beat of this race. Few boat lengths lead here, but that'll all change when we get to the winter mark of this up here. Simo tacks up the beat here. Pearson wants to tack and match all of Nicole's moves so that she doesn't gain any separation against Pearson and get any favorable shift, any favorable current. Nothing that Pearson won't get. Got ourselves a nice tacking duel up this beat here, almost America's Cup style, back from the good days. Nicole searching for any lane of clear air that she can find to get up the beat so that she doesn't lose any more boat lengths to Pearson. Pearson going for a loose cover against Nicole here now. Nicole's goal from behind here is that she wants to stay out of sync of Pearson. i.e. she wants to be on the opposite tack of him at all times. This is going to give her much better chance to have a clean lane and to sail fast and close any gap that she has against Pearson here. She's going to sail all the way to the starboard ley line here. Pearson's going to come in on a close port ley line here. So Pearson had that jibe. He jibed too close to the mark there. Pearson had that foul that he drew from that first windward mark rounding against everybody. So he's exonerated himself there. Remember, in a match race, you only need to do a 270. You only need to jibe if you're sailing on an upwind, or you only need to tack if you're sailing on a downwind. He's exonerated himself. He's still got the lead, but this one is very close. And at these windward marks, when these boats are fighting the current, it's almost as if the race entirely restarts in these downwind legs. Both boats with about similar sets here. No change in position, no change in gap or anything like that. But Nicole is in a very good position to throw some moves at Pearson and gain and possibly take the lead on this downwind here. Pearson Potts' goal here is that he wants to sail as low as possible without getting in the bad air of Nicole here. And that's going to take him on the fastest course to the starboard downwind ley line here. And he doesn't want to try and jibe away too early either. Any time that he jibes away before the starboard ley line and Nicole can keep sailing that way, he's going to give up starboard advantage later. And he may not be able to get back across, and he may foul. So his goal here is to get all the way to the starboard ley line. Nicole's goal is eventually, as they determine that they're approaching the ley line, she wants to soak a little bit low on him, below his line, so that when they simo-jibe, when both boats jibe at the same time, she can jibe exactly right on top of his air and try to roll him from the windward side. We've got a very close finish coming in here, folks. Nicole is hot on Pearson's trail. Oh, Nicole's trying to draw a foul on Pearson here. Driving away, she's clear ahead. I don't see any flags from the umpire boat yet. Pearson's driving one last time to try and finish at the pin, but Nicole looks bad forward, finishing at the boat. She made a very nice move right at the finish here to get advantage on Pearson and even up the finals for race 2 into the finals. If they can only fit in one more, then All right, folks. We've got our drone heading back out for the final race. So we've got a cutoff time at 5 o'clock today. No starts are allowed to take place after 5 o'clock today. So this is going to be the final race. It was supposed to be a best of 5, but it's going to be a best of 3 for the finals here today. Potts and Brault are tied at 1 apiece, so this is going to be a winner-take-all race between the two. We did not have a drone out there to save battery, so I cannot tell who won race 2 of the petite finals. We've got Pearson Potts and Nicole Brault in sequence here for the last race of the 2024 Match Race Finals. Pearson Potts will be entering from the pin, Nicole Brault from the boat. Approaching, entering the zone. Right now, there's the gun. They're allowed to enter the zone. Pearson's goal is that he wants to get downwind as quick as he can so that he can cross Nicole's bow. If he is unable to do that, then they're going to have a dial up in the middle of the course, and they'll sit luffing for a bit until someone gets advantaged. Pearson was not able to get across Nicole, so they have tacked and led up, and they are in a luffing match here in the middle of the line. Current them pushing them above the start line. We may see another scenario where they luff so much that they need to put their spinnakers up to get back downwind of the start line. This current is really pushing them up above the start line very quickly. Nicole elects to tack away, and they're sailing around downwind outside the boat here towards the playground. Nicole is leading Pearson going into this area here. Nicole is in an advantage position leading. I prefer to be the leading boat in this scenario when you're sailing downwind away reaching on port, because you have the ability to choose when you go back to the line. It's more difficult if you're the trailing boat. If you're Pearson in this instance, you don't always have the necessary. You can choose if you lead or push, but you don't choose the opportunity when you go back to the line, right? So it's up to Nicole. For her, she can jibe, clear ahead, not foul Pearson, anything like that, and go back to the line whenever she wants. And then it is up to Pearson to determine if she is late or early. If he thinks she is early, jibing back towards the line, he wants to sail past her, get a lured hook on her, and continuously push her up towards the line and try and push her over, or make her so close that she has a bad acceleration. More likely it'll be pushing over the line. Here she goes, jibing back here. But if Pearson thinks she's late getting back to the line, he's going to jibe and lead her back as he's done in this scenario here. So Pearson has jibed back in the instance, thinking that he has time to kill, he has speed to kill, and that he can keep Nicole behind him all the way up until the starting gun goes off. Both boats still reaching away on starboard, down away and towards the line a bit. They are below the line of this instance, but he is eating up space to his pin lay line. But as soon as they turn upwind, their current will help him fetch that pin a lot easier then. There's 1 minute left in your sequence, folks. There we go. Both boats turning back up towards the line. The current's going to push them up there very quickly. Both boats going for a pin start here. Pearson is hoping and praying that he will make the pin here. It should be easy with the current. But both boats are starting to luff up. He's tight on that pin lay line. If that is true, then Nicole is in an extremely strong position here. She elects to tack away. She doesn't like how close she is to windward on Pearson there. And Pearson's not laying the pin, so he's got to jibe around. He's going to elect to tack around here instead. There you go. Good start for Pearson Potts right there at the pin. Pearson sailing away towards the left side of the course. Nicole sailing away to the starboard side. Nicole is sailing in the direction that will put her in a more favorable current. The more she sails out towards the middle of San Francisco Bay, the more current she's going to get, pushing her up towards the windward mark. She tacks back on what she thinks is starboard ley line. Pearson still sailing on starboard towards the left side of the course. Pearson's tacking back towards the middle of the course here now. Pearson's getting a bit of a lefty here. It's hard to tell from our perspective, but this is going to be very close, bow to bow, almost as they meet towards the middle of the course here. Nicole does have starboard advantage, and you would think that she's got more favorable current, bringing her in towards the starboard, towards the windward mark on the starboard ley line. Pearson is not crossing. He has to duck Nicole to get to the starboard ley line. And she elects to tack off to the right side of the course and protect that starboard ley line there. Tight lee bow from the starboard side of the course. Coming into here, Pearson will have Nicole locked up, going all the way to the starboard ley line. He is allowed to sail past the ley line here. Nicole's only option is to luff up Pearson and try and drive a foul. Or if he gets too close, there he goes, he tacks away. Now Pearson's goal is to sail high and slow right here until he gets clear ahead. Can he tack and cross cleanly? Nicole gets the hook inside just a little bit there. This is an extremely close race, folks. This truly is the final race of the regatta, and both teams know it very well. Great sets from both teams. Nicole still overlapped to leeward here. She's going to go for a little hook on Pearson, and he's got to get the boat flat. Ease the kite sheet. Ease the kite sheet. Get the boat flat. Pearson gets his kite under control. He's going to drive to starboard, and Nicole's got no choice but to try and clear his transom, and she makes no contact there. Everything is all fine and clean. Nicole is going to get the starboard advantage side of the course. She's going to jibe and follow and just pray that her boat speed's a bit better and get a leeward hook on Pearson here. Pearson jibes back and tries to get to the starboard advantage ley line here. Give himself the right of way, going back down toward the bottom of the course. Nicole elects to follow him. Keep it close. I like this. You got to stay in the fight when the race is this close. Do everything you can to stay as close to your opponent as possible when you're trailing in this situation. When you're leading, separation is your friend. But when you're trailing, you want to stay as tight and close and scare your opponent as much as you can. Nicole's next move will be here once Pearson gets to the starboard ley line. She wants to sink to leeward a little bit so that when both boats simultaneously jibe, she can jibe right on top of Pearson Potts' air and try and roll him from the windward side when both boats get onto starboard. Quick update on the Petite Finals. It was 1-1. Morgan won the second race of the Petite Finals, and so we have Chris Poole and Morgan Pinckney going into race 3, winner take all for 3rd and 4th place of the Petite Finals. They're in their starting sequence, about to go racing soon. Pearson thinks he's on lay line. They go for the Simo jibe here. Can Nicole position herself so that she is on Pearson's air? Pearson does 2 jibes. He jibed before the lay line so that he could give himself space and go back towards the starboard advantage lay line, give himself as much space as possible here. Remember I said separation is your friend when you're leading, but you don't want to separate by too much here, right? If I were Pearson, I would sail away a little bit, and then I would jibe back pretty soon to give myself no more than 5 or 6 boat lengths of separation here. Pearson has jibed back. Gave himself starboard leeward advantage for when Nicole does come back. It's too early to tell if they're on the lay line yet. They're only halfway down this downwind run because the current is fighting them all the way down the run here. It looks like these boats are moving through the water well, but this current's moving at, gosh, good estimate of good 2 knots here. This is classic San Francisco on the city front, right between high tide and low tide. Max ebb here right now. Still proving to be an absolutely beautiful afternoon of sailing here thanks to the forecast from SailFlow. It's a beautiful 11 miles an hour out of the west-southwest. Coming straight from the Golden Gate, not a cloud in the sky, 75 degrees here. It could be a better day to go sailing and watch sailboat racing. Quick update on the Petite Finals. They are racing up the course. Morgan Pinckney currently has the edge over Chris Poole in the Petite Finals off the first beat. Back to the last race of the finals here. Nicole and Pearson have jibed back, and Nicole has the edge. She has a close lead over Pearson Potts here coming down towards the gates. They've got about a third of the downwind leg to go before they get to the gates here. If Nicole can lay the right-hand turn gate mark here, she's going to be in great shape, but not to worry. Pearson Potts has jibed away, so she now has the freedom to jibe and get around this lured right-hand turn mark if she needs to. Pearson is trying to split at this gate here. This is going to be a pretty close rounding. They're almost going to be rounding at the same time here, so a split opportunity. If, regarding current and starboard favored lay line, Pearson may have the advantage coming up here, even though Nicole was a little bit bow ahead. And these marks were drifting, too. It looks like Pearson Potts chose a great move to sail around the favored gate. I think the left-hand turn mark has drifted a little bit with the current, which put the mark more upwind. Pearson now tacks over, trying to meet back with Nicole in the middle of the course, and I think he's gained a lot of boat lengths here. Folks, we got one more drone pit stop to execute extremely quickly. We're going to make this one as fast as possible so that we can get back to you for the finals of the final downwind finish of the final race of the 2024 U.S. Match Race Championship. Make it quick. Like, really quick. And talk while the Jones not there. Folks, I'm going to keep updating you from over my shoulder here while we get the other drone rigged up to go downwind. Pearson Potts had gained a lot from going to that favored mark rounding left-hand turn, going course right for current there. Pearson Potts rounded by probably 7 or 8 boat length lead at the windward mark, but he had a bad kite set. He lost the halyard a little bit, and Nicole was able to gain back a few boat lengths. There's still a decent gap for him here, but enough to cause a little bit of excitement for our race. Pearson Potts is currently advantage, sailing downwind starboard long jibe, leeward of Nicole Brault. Nicole needs an own personal puff and a pray from God just to get a little breeze so that she can soak down on a Pearson and give herself another chance on this downwind. We've got our drone footage coming back on to Pearson and Nicole in the final downwind of the final race here again. Pearson Potts currently leading by about 3 boat lengths over Nicole Brault. Same job. Nicole's right on Pearson's lane. Up at the top of your screen there, you can see the Petit Finals matchup between Morgan Pinckney and Chris Poole. Morgan Pinckney is currently leading Chris Poole with this gate rounding here that you see at the top of your screen. Nicole and Pearson jibe on the port. You can see the leeward gates are about halfway down this downwind run here on the way to the finish. Pearson Potts sailing very nicely with a big clear lane here. Nice pressure. Really good puff to sail low and fast down to this finish line. He's checking back every once in a while, just staring at Nicole, but I don't think he's in a super concerning position right here. And folks, it is after 5 o'clock, so we certainly will not be getting another start off in this race, in this regatta. Pearson Potts is about 10 bull lengths away from the finish line here. And Pearson and his team of Guardians of the Monohull cross the finish line to win Pearson Potts' 4th Prince of Wales Bowl for the U.S. Match Racing Championship. Congrats to Pearson and his team. The big gainer in that last race from behind is that he was recognizing that left-hand leeward gate mark had drifted up current, and so he went around that, and Nicole didn't. So he sailed just a lot less distance to get back up to that next windward mark, and he just gained everything from there. Point being is that, as we mentioned earlier, you still got to sail the boat well, and you still got to sail the course well. You can focus on your opponent all you want, but if you're sailing extra distance around the course, you lose all opportunities to gain against your opponent. Meanwhile, back at the top of the course, we've got the last windward mark rounding of the Petit Finals. Chris Poole is just in front of Morgan Pinckney, and Chris does not have his spinnaker up yet, but Morgan does. Can we go to the top of the course and get the last race of the Petit Finals? The last downwind? Well, they're just drinking. They're celebrating. And they spray the champagne. Celebration from a hard-fought win and great sailing from this team. True winner circle fashion. They're celebrating in style. And that celebration is brought to you by Sextant Sparkling Wine. They are just, sometimes some stuff is better sprayed. And gosh, they are absolutely nailing it with this celebration sponsored by Sextant. To bring you back to the petite finals and the final down win here. We got Morgan Pinkney from current sailor at Yale University, the youngest skipper in this event, currently sailing, beating Chris Poole, the #1 match racer in the world right now in the petite finals. Morgan going for what may be his final job of the event. Trying to sail fast, trying to keep his air clear, constantly looking back at his opponent, make sure he's not separating too much from him. And Morgan sailing a great race to execute and finish third place at the U.S. Match Racing Championship. Still just a collegiate sailor. This is an absolutely phenomenal showing of youth. Is this camera going to be on me? Or Hey folks, this is Carter Cameron presenting to you from the 2024 U.S. Match Racing Championship, brought to you by GoPro and Sextant and Sailflow and Goslings. We want to thank you so much for tuning in today. We want to appreciate your patience after the AP, but we had some absolutely fantastic conditions to fill in a beautiful 8 to 10 knots out of the west-southwest, breeze coming from the Golden Gate, just clear blue skies, 75 degrees here in sunny San Francisco, right on the city front. And I couldn't have had a better time watching sailboat racing today. So thanks again for tuning in. Congrats to all of our competitors on this event. We're signing off. Thank you.
this is gonna be smooth.